Commissioners, the meeting is live.
All right, well, call to order the meeting, the June 20th meeting of the Board of Raleigh County Commissioners. Please join in the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, well, we'll open up with public comment. So you have some voice.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Shannon with the Raleigh County Reach Committee. And I feel like I was just up here talking to you, but this month is going by really fast. We have another Employee of the Month to announce for the month of July. So this nomination came in from Betsy, who works in Public Works. And she said, Donna took me under my wings since day one. She is a fantastic teacher and cheerleader. I don't know how she hasn't pulled her hair out for the thousands of times I've asked her, who is that? She was new in her position too. So it's been exciting to watch her grow and learn new things. She lights up when she has accomplished something new and learned something new. She is the definition of a teammate. She is always there to help. She picks me up when I'm sad. We laugh together to the point of tears. Everyone deserves to have a Donna to work with every day. For the shop, she is a rock star. She keeps us up to date and what's going on in Reach and getting us all involved in the fundraisers. She is the best. I will also say she has been a tremendous help with Reach as our treasurer. Donna, I'd like you to come up and accept the award for Employee of the Month. One, two, three. One, two, three. Thank you. You will take the oh,
That's definitely, sir. You have to get your picture taken.
Okay. And 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3 smiles. All right, congratulations.
Congratulations. Gee, I thought all these people coming to see that. All right, any other public comment? I'm seeing none.
I tried. There's an opening there. Commissioners, I would like an executive session added to my administrative time, please.
Okay, I would make a motion to add an administrative or an executive session to the Clancy Homeland's time.
I'll second. Been moved and seconded that an executive session to Clancy's almost time. All in favor? All right.
Thank you.
John, you're muted. There you go.
Did you vote for that, John?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Nothing else, then we'll go to commission comments.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's see, last Tuesday, I had a morning dental appointment, which took most of the morning. Later, yard down to the creek cleared out by lawn care company. There was really overgrown with all the moisture. Couldn't get down there. I trimmed trees, cut back weeds and mowed and cut out a few bushes. Quite a job, but looks really good. I can see the creek now. That afternoon, I had a committee meeting at the church. Tuesday evening, I attended a Meet the Candidates event with the Raleigh County Democrats at Fairmont Park. It was really well attended with about 65 people sharing barbecue and meal and hearing presentation. That was good. Wednesday, I cleaned up day at the house, did shopping, caught up on documents for today's meeting. And this morning I attended Good Morning Manhattan at 4 Points. And John Ford did a presentation on county issues. And John, you did a really good job. So I really enjoyed the presentation. So that's it.
All right. Hey, John, you have anything?
Yeah, give me a second here. I got trying to get it pulled up. Thanks for those comments too, Catherine. It was a little tough to get through this morning considering my current state. Okay, here we go. Monday afternoon, I attended the June meeting of the Raleigh County Law Enforcement Law Board meeting at the City Commission Chambers. Amongst the items of discussion was approval of the consent agenda. During the general agenda, we had some public comments, an update from both the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 17 and the Community Advisory Board. Director Pete also discussed RCPD's efforts to get the dispatch center accredited and what the next steps are and what that's going to look like. We had our public hearing and discussed the 2025 budget. Need to make a clarification here because it's not been reported on correctly, but the vote was not unanimous. In fact, it was far from unanimous. It was a 4-3 vote to approve the budget. That was the budget number 2 that was proposed with overall 5.588% increase, leaving that budget at a $28,781,942. I voted no once again on that budget as I thought the overall budget was just extremely too large once again. We followed up with an executive session to affirm some discipline that was given. Later Monday afternoon, I had a Zoom call with Darren Solden and Allison Muth from the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce, along with Kelly Gorley, who's the Economic Development Director for Lincoln County, to discuss their efforts in the contract with the company Make My Move to get a good solid sense of how it came together and how it's working for them overall. Good dialogue. Have they come up with some really good incentives to go along with that particular program. Tuesday afternoon, attended the monthly board of directors meeting with the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. Amongst the items of discussion were approval of both the current agenda and the consent agenda. Discussion items included an updated presentation from the City of Manhattan on the East Manhattan Gateway project. That was presented by their consultant, Stantec. Discussion and approval of new and updated chamber programs for 2025. There'll be more to come on those as some things are going to shift and change for 2025 and a couple of things through 2024 as well. There was a quick update on the Evergy switching station project down in Ashland Bottoms. Staff gave their usual updates and reports, and the board moved into executive session to discuss the chamber's position on a possible sales tax proposals by the City of Manhattan. I didn't stick around to see how those discussions played out, so I don't know what they decided. And yeah, this morning I attended Good Morning Manhattan, obviously, at the 4 Points Sheraton. It was good to get an opportunity to speak about the past and the present and the future of Raleigh County as a guest speaker for this month's program. Thanks to the chamber for the opportunity to have to actually do that. So, and it looks like the special session for the Kansas legislature wrapped it up pretty quick. They debated and passed a compromise tax reduction bill and passed some components of a star bond package that might bring the Chiefs and or the Royals over to the Kansas side. So, and that's all I've got.
All right. No, they didn't kill LABTR in that final tax bill.
Good.
They did? Yeah. Eliminated it. So after our meeting Monday, I met with Anna Burson to go over some appraisal items. I also went up to see the new office arrangements up in appraisals. Tuesday, I met with Mike Rizkala, the new director of Pawnee Mental Health. It was my first chance to have a one-on-one meeting with him and get to know him. He went over things Pawnee does and how he thinks, how he sees them operating in the future. And also discussed that CCBHC and designation, what it means and what additional services they're that we'll be able to provide going forward. Then Wednesday morning, got a call from a resident of Bala Township regarding the changing to a county unit road system. He said that the township officer's been in the clerk's office. They thought they were being pushed to be in favor of the unit system. And I told him I didn't think the intent was just to find out what people's opinions were. I don't think anybody was trying to push it because we were still looking into it and what it would cost. And he was asking how it would go, what it would cost. And I said, we don't know. That's why it's just being looked into. It's not any major plan now, but it's just been brought up. And then also he's the second person to tell me that someone running for a township office in Francis Creek is promising to turn all the township roads over to the county maintenance at no cost.
No cost.
Yeah, at no cost to the township, yeah. Like I said, second person, and he said, oh yeah, and they gave me the name, but it's someone I know, but he's. Then Wednesday was our meeting, the month's meeting with the juvenile detention facility, and 3 times a year we go out to one of the other counties, and this time it was up in Republic County. And after the letter from Gary County last month, the questions were looked into. They gave us copies of the email correspondence with Judge Coppola. She has no concerns for the facility and is pleased with the educational system they have. DCF made their once a year surprise visit to the facility. And we were given copies of the report and showed that they passed the audit with no issues or concerns. We passed the budget for 2025 and should receive the final request soon. It looks like it'll be less than what we thought it was going to be. I didn't have all the final numbers yet, but and then Angela gave a report on the current population because she'd gone through the stuff. She had a lot of statistics, but some of them before entering the facility, 50% had been victims of sex crimes. 63% had attempted suicide, and 44% have been victims of parental abuse. And also 13% are parents of children. And it's only till 18, they're age out of 18. There's a lot of other disturbing statistics, but it was one good thing of a report. They had a training, Connie Mental Health had training, a youth training event for them. She said it was the best. One of the best ones. She's obviously been in business. She's one of the best ones she's ever been to. And so I forwarded those comments on to Pawnee that they were doing a good job. Mm-hmm. And that's all I've got there. You can
Ready for business?
go to business.
We may have to increase the county building budget for new carpet in this room now.
1 square.
That's all right. It's probably pretty old, right?
Jeremy can do wonders with the carpet.
Commissioners need a motion to approve supplemental agreement number 1 for professional engineering services with the SMH Consultants for University Park Wastewater Lagoon Facility.
I don't know if it's exiting or coming back.
Hate to replace 2 squares.
It might be contagious, right?
That's what I'm thinking.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
If John has any comments?
None.
Commissioners.
Yeah, let me see. I would make a motion to approve supplemental agreement number 1 with University Park Wastewater Lagoon Facility.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to sign and approve the supplemental agreement for University Park Lagoon System. All in favor?
Aye.
Fine. And commissioners, I will check with staff on the township meeting to be sure that they're being held appropriately. That's definitely was not the intent,
Right.
and I doubt it is, but
I know.
I will just reassure,
Yeah.
double check.
Oh, yeah, that's like I did. That's thinking ahead, guys.
Clancy agrees they are tasty.
Yo.
It's a little off.
I've already got Shannon I've already got her converted as well as her 12-year-old son, Quinlan. So I mean, I'm just.
One more person in your cult.
Well, 12-year-old is a little young for that.
I think Quinlan only gets it on very special occasions.
Oh.
Not twice a day, like some people.
Not twice. Yeah, I didn't drink coffee till I was out of college. So,
Yeah, parents always say it's not your growth, back then.
yeah, right. Yeah. Well, it could be. I don't know if that's proven.
Yeah, I do not know. Commissioners need a motion for the tax roll corrections.
Okay, I'd make a motion to approve the tax roll corrections as presented.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the tax roll corrections. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sure, please sign. Thanks, Anna. Careful with your drink today.
Yeah.
Didn't do it in dirty.
Yeah.
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 Any changes in the minutes, commissioners?
I didn't have anything.
I didn't either. Okay, I'd make a motion to approve the minutes from June 17th, 2024 as written.
I'll second.
Very
Back. Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the June 17th meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Have the tentative agendas, commissioners? Any items for next week's press conference? Of course, I'll be on there again about the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. We're hoping to have a date, commissioners, where we can announce when we're going to be moving elections. It's touch and go, with getting all fine tuned. We're hoping maybe next Thursday or Friday. Let you know, I'm probably going to ask the commissioner if it's okay to close our office for that day to get people moved up there, get rearranged over there, and be ready to go is when that day comes. So it's probably sometime next week, and we'll announce that at the press conference too, hopefully.
I know they're partly boxing that, but I was talking to Kristen. She goes, oh, I don't have that here yet.
They've been boxing up for a while now. Yeah, for sure. So a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be disruptive.
That it will be. That it
So
will be.
will people be, taxpayers can go up there and do things and change registrations, that kind of thing?
They can do all
It's gonna be
election stuff
open
up
for
there. Yep,
Okay, I
after
didn't
we
know.
get all moved in, for sure.
Okay.
And we'll be announcing that. And we'll still do voter registrations over there too. If people come over there as well.
Oh, you can still register.
Probably
Yeah.
should do some signage or something.
Yep, yep, we
Even
will.
on this building.
For sure. We will for sure. Yep. So that's our tentative plans once we get that date lined out. Next commissioners, you have Clancy at 9:30. Clancy, you want the whole time?
Yes.
Okay.
Ten minutes will be good.
Yes. That works.
Thank you.
Since it's not me talking. Hey, that is bad.
Oh, I'm good.
I didn't really. I've had a cold recently, so
We've passed it around.
I'm not saying somebody else didn't put it there.
I was gonna say, we do have a office, county counselors department, but I wouldn't say it's that close enough.
One coffee.
Yeah. Keep the costs at bare minimum.
10
Lost some hair, even more hair. What's the deal?
It was an accident.
It's like you're trying to keep what you got.
It's coming back.
Got a little carried away with the razor.
Malfunctioned on me. It's like probably the second time in the last 30 years I haven't had hair up there.
No,
I don't like it. My wife kind of likes it.
So you keep her happy for a week and then.
That's all she gets. Is a week. Well, it's becoming, I think the baby was hesitant at first when she saw it.
No.
What the heck?
Not something to pull on.
Yeah.
She goes for the classes. She don't go.
Oh, yeah.
You want this fan on?
Either way, doesn't matter to me. I'm good.
it is definitely very day.
I think.
Okay. I didn't even notice it was on.
It was already
Her, she's
emailed this morning.
April 27th.
I didn't really notice it. I think I might have.
It's almost 14.
It's interesting how they repealed
Is she-
LAUTR,
Is yours?
eliminating the
Yeah.
fund itself.
No,
The
so-
one that they left
Last
empty.
week and-
Now that's gone.
Well, I knew that wiping it out.
Yeah, and she was.
They've done it. And there's a related statute, because those are all kind of, there's several of them that are interconnected that make up that process. They got rid of the other part that talks about dividing the money between counties and cities. That's gone too.
Because there's,
A brilliant idea.
figuring out. She's getting
Our
her.
parents complained about
You
it.
can see her, of course, personnel coming out more.
I've heard, you know, I know
She
they
was so busy, but she was not stunned that she's in.
they showed some things that was sitting around talking about.
Had privilege to get
I
in.
didn't know he was in the Godfather.
Wasn't that the
Said he was
case?
what?
I didn't know he was in the Godfather.
Is that what it sounded like?
He looks like.
Oh, really?
Well,
So interesting.
look back here.
Oh, yeah.
That's a little bit.
Maybe I've never seen the water.
I've never, you know, I looked at sensations on that. It's not the one that's got it. This one.
It's interesting.
This one.
It sounded like they were getting some pushback, at least the
That'd be nice.
news reports
Yeah.
from members of the chamber who were saying they didn't like the fact that there was this deal.
And it's like, if I had never
It
seen
sounded like it
water,
was him,
like
like,
notice
that
water.
house.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's it.
Green.
And that's it. And then they thought they were going to get a chance to talk about it. And said, no, just vote. Interesting.
On what?
Property tax bill,
Property.
kind of one of the prerogatives of being the leader. That must be why people want to be the leader in either chamber. Man, do you ever control the agenda?
Yeah. Good enough working that
But
environment.
they didn't put all the other junk in that I could see anyway.
I doubt that they did. I don't think they had time to. It's not because they decided they were bad ideas.
Like I said, they didn't read the 31 page, but I said,
I bet most of them did not either.
well, you know, I read the summary, but I don't know if anything's in that, the supplemental notes or not. But
Yeah. We were, Tom Bruno and I, Tommy gone through it a little bit, and that's what we're talking about this morning. So
Oh,
we both committed to read the whole thing. See what we can find.
early in the morning. You don't go to sleep, right?
For him, it was well, what, I guess it was not as early, but he's actually in New York,
Oh, good.
family trip.
Oh,
I guess they're gonna go see the Yankees.
Hmm.
Play ball.
I got to see a game in the new stadium. Once.
Did you?
Yeah, the new Yankee Stadium. It's something.
Hmm.
It's something.
Is it right by the?
Worst
Did they replace the?
I don't know how they dealt with that, but I think it's on the same subway stop.
Yeah, so is it in the?
It's
Bronx?
Yeah, it's in the
Call
Bronx.
the main number and she'll have to transfer over here. So let
The very beginning of the.
Vicky know.
Oh,
Good point.
thank you for remembering that. I forgot about that. Yeah, because you'll otherwise try and call elsewhere.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, although I wish I would have. That's the only Yankees game that I've ever been to, and I wish I would have seen the old one. That would have.
Just tell us you despise the Cardinals.
Oh,
Good.
The appropriate answer, well, who doesn't?
there you go. I'm with what I said.
I'm Cardinals fan too.
Yes, others too, I see. I'm not alone, I'm not alone. Going Saturday,
All right. Good. Enjoy. It's gonna be hot.
yeah. Figured.
Next week, brutal.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock PM to 1:15.
Oh, it'd be nice and chilly.
Yeah.
That's- It's shocking. I saw in the news that Willie Mays died.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was still alive.
Really?
It's usually most of those guys, you still hear about them.
Mhm.
So I don't know if maybe he's not been ill health. Usually those, especially iconic figures like him,
Yeah.
hear from them from time to time. I hadn't heard anything about him in a while.
Now
So
that you mention it, yeah.
Yeah, I think today is today is for him. Honor me before even.
For which one?
Yeah, they
Guardians
had,
are playing the Giants today now.
Well, it'll actually.
yeah, they had a special game.
Yeah, this, when you try to call here, it'll go there, so she'll have
Yeah.
to transfer over.
So it was it's a weird
Number to
homestand
transfer
for
it over
Cardinals.
here.
It's there with the Giants and then
5450.
day off tomorrow,
Miss
Saturday,
Vicky?
Sunday, Monday, or
It's
whatever.
5450.
Yeah. I guess they retrofitted the stadium and everything. It's only got 10,000 people in it.
Yeah, I think so. That's,
They changed the seats, they changed the height of the dugout, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. I didn't get all the details, but spent some money.
that's pretty cool.
And then they've got, I guess, even the food and stuff is kind of geared back to be back in the 40s or something. I don't know.
That's something else.
Does that mean that the prices are gonna be like?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
That'd be nice.
It's still gonna be a $8 hot dog, I'm sure.
Yeah.
$12 beer.
Yeah,
they're historic.
they are. It is.
Because they're historic.
We made the mistake one time of going to and I can't remember, I think it was a Royals game, but it could have been a minor league. Average stuff. But we made the mistake of going to dollar hot dog. Man, those things were overpriced. Whoa.
They used to do that. I did that at the Royals before. It seems like every time I went to the Royals, every time I go to the Royals, it's dollar hot dog. And they used to do that too, where they would cheap it on the hot dog and it was like, this is barely edible.
Yeah, it was incredibly salty. I remember.
Yeah. And this year they didn't. And
Really?
yeah, it was a normal hot dog.
How about that? Maybe they called it that normal hot dog.
That's what they should.
Edible hot dog.
Yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Rich, about calling Vicky.
Actually,
Doing all that.
Oh, okay.
I should have thought to go there and lay the groundwork. I didn't. Sorry. You have to make arrangements with Vicky if somebody's calling in to for a meeting.
Oh,
Because the number they call is out there at reception for the treasurer's office.
oh,
Their office is over there. And then she forwards it over here. You cannot direct dial to get into that phone.
okay. Okay, good.
and we have security concerns doing it via Zoom, so that's why we don't.
Yeah, that all makes sense.
Yeah.
Just explaining why we go through that exercise when he's right there.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah, they've
Sure.
never been able to their credit, they've never been able to absolutely 100% guarantee that there wouldn't be bleed through.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they get pretty strict with us lawyers on making sure that we go through all the steps to ensure attorney-client privilege.
This Rich. Okay, thank you. Hi, Commissioner Ford.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I can hear myself there. That's kind of weird.
You can probably go ahead and shut it off there, John, because we can hear you through here now. Okay, Commissioners, ready for a motion.
I move the county commission, including Chairman Ford, Vice Chair McKinley, and Commissioner Copley, recess into executive session on pending litigation for the purpose of consultation with Ryan Parker, Deputy County Counselor, Attorney for the Commission, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship, at an exception of the Kansas Open Meeting Act. Open meeting to resume in the chamber at 9:40.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to go into executive session. All in favor? All right.
I totally good for it. Yes.
Commissioners, we are back.
I move the Board of County Commissioners come out of executive session.
I would second that.
So moving second to come out of executive session. All in favor? Aye.
Aye, John. John, you're still muted.
There.
Okay, I was getting feedback there, sorry. I'll second.
Heather Ritchie with.
Hold on.
I move the record reflect action shall be taken consistent with the consensus reached in executive session.
I would second that.
So moved and seconded to reflect that actions will be taken consistent with the consensus reached. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioners. It is time for Heather Ritchie, evidently, not Julie yet.
I am Heather Ritchie, Child Care Licensing Supervisor, and
Hold on a second. We need to make a motion first.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I would make a motion to recess into the recess the Board of County Commission and reconvene as Board of County Health.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Board of Health. All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, John. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
It's okay.
first time to charm.
Yeah, try again.
So I'm Heather Ritchie, I'm a Child Care Licensing Supervisor, presenting for Julie today as she's on Zoom, but basically we sent you this memo kind of talking about where we're at with child care licensing, how we've maintained that longstanding relationship with KDHE that has caused them to ask us to take on these other counties. As we know, our services are critical and maintain the well-being and safety of children in our communities. But we faced increasing operational costs. And with that, we're basically asking if you guys would be willing to send something to KDHE, asking them for more funding on behalf of our HR and the Board of Commissioners. They are not funding a couple, I think we figured out Pot and Geary County are the only ones that are fully funded at this time. And so we are looking to get more funding from Clay and Dickinson counties. And Riley, if they give us more for Riley too, that would be nice, so.
So this one, it isn't trying to get money from the from those counties, but from KDHE to cover those counties, right?
I would suggest first asking KDHE and then, you know, we talked about, with Elizabeth, we talked about actually having KDHE go to those other counties because technically they're in charge of child care licensing. KDHE, that's the state. And so I would be more than happy to go talk to Dickinson and Clay too, but I think it would be helpful to start with the state coming to them and asking them.
Well, would you need a letter or something of support from us then, or?
Basically, that's what we're asking, is that you guys would send them a letter.
Oh, okay.
I have no issues with that. I think that that makes sense. That's probably the best path forward.
And the reason that's the best approach is because the original agreement I was involved in dealing with the state on that is because our agreement was with them and that's what we told them. And the board message was, as long as the state fully funds it, we will do that. And so we never had an agreement or discussions with the counties. It was always directly with KDHE who came to us and asked for us to do it. And we said, okay, but you got to assure us that you, KDHE, are going to fully fund it. So if they don't give us more funding, then I think the next step would be to have a discussion with our board to see if you would like to have those discussions with those counties.
Do you have you don't have anything written with KDHE on that?
Is there?
On that agreement?
No, you're totally fine. Hi, Commissioners, Brittany Phillips. So we did a lot of research. Shelley Hayes, we've been digging everywhere. The only contract that we can for sure find for KDHE and taking on an additional county is Dickinson County. And that is the one where they specified the $17,000 that they were giving to Riley County for us to take over those services. That is the only one that we can find. We have another contract that says we're taking on these other counties, but it doesn't specify any amounts that KDHE is giving for childcare licensing in those counties.
So basically every year they give us a lump sum and we don't know the breakdown of those.
Oh, they're just giving you what's the amount they aren't breaking down. So you're just kind of assuming, well, like I said, that one, I guess we know, and the others just from that kind of guessing what the others are. But pot and.
Because we did have emails that stated Gary and Pot, we had an email that at least gives us that amount.
And we also looked at like past discussions with the past health department director, bless you. With presentations that were given by the past health department director and saying that, you know, this is the amount that KDHE is saying they're going to cover for, I think Gary County was the first one that we took over. And so that was the first presentation that we were able to find, but nothing in writing from KDHE.
And what about these past due fees? Are those supposed to be from KDHE or from the counties themselves?
Those are from the providers. So we charge local fees to help subsidize our program. So we have fees for our annual surveys. We have fees for if they get a substantiated complaint, because those take a lot of time for us to work. And then also like in KDHE compliance checks, which means they weren't in compliance at their annual or initial, and so they're sending us back out. So we, I think a couple of years we raised those that it was based on how many visits. So that first compliance check was 50. If we have to go out again, it's 75. And so we don't really have anything to keep them accountable. I mean, I am continually sending them invoices. So I would love it if we could come up with a way to make them accountable. I know some of the states or some of the counties do the offset where they actually take it out of their taxes, their income taxes. So that will be potential something that we could do other than just doing collections.
Well,
That might be something for you guys to look into. Sure. See what methods we have to.
Well, and I think originally with just when we just had Riley County, it wasn't enough to make it a big deal, but
Right.
now that we have all these other counties,
Yeah,
it's just adding up.
And how many years fees is that?
How many ways?
How many years to get to these numbers, you know, are they mostly in the last year or two?
Probably, I would say in the last 3 to 4 years that these would go back.
Are some of those places still not in
Yes.
business? They're still.
Yes.
So,
So really frustrating when we're going out and they owe us a lot of money, you know, so and there's providers that owe $400 to $500.
well, why do we continue to go out if they
Well, we
always,
have to, we can't.
you have to
Because
go
of
out?
KDHE, like, the contract says we have to, and that's, the KDHE allows everyone to have their own local fees, but that's between the provider and the local county.
No.
Because KDHE has their own fees too, which KDHE's fees are waived right now, they've been waived for a while. So the providers aren't having to pay those fees right now. So it would only be ours.
Well, we need to get something in writing, you know, so we need to get something straightened out. Nancy, can't we get something in writing with KDHE?
The problem isn't asking for it, the problem is getting them to do anything. So, but yeah, there's no reason why we can't make a request. I'm gonna need input I need more details about what we're gonna ask. I need to know the specific ask.
Mhm.
And so we can give them the right information. So,
well, we need to get a clarification from KDHE. We're kind of guessing what their breakdown is, you know, and ask them, what is your actual breakdown? Because, you know, it won't be a simple process, but it's something we need to start.
No, yeah, no,
It's something
no,
we need to-
and I didn't expect, it's not gonna be an immediate fix, but there's no reason not to
No,
start looking into it,
I think it's a good
get it
idea.
sorted out.
And see what kind of enforcement for the fees we can do.
Sure.
I just don't think we need to be paying for other counties if the KDHE doesn't.
Yeah.
Well, the way they got into this, as Rich will remember, is that we're the best at it.
I was gonna say you do too good of a job at it.
I mean, seriously.
Oh, yeah, but
It is.
And they had problems with some of the other counties, and so they wanted better work. And they've got it.
that's fine, but somebody has to pay for it.
No, I'm not on their side.
That doesn't mean that we as a county should pay for that, though.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Everyone's on the same page there with county staff. With Riley County, we probably have some enforcement. Of course, I think and Clancy will know more than this, but I think it'll be hard pressed for us to enforce fees in collection in another county. And so that's always the conundrum when we start doing that. And so, I mean, even in that agreement with the state, we can say, I would say you need an annual agreement with them because the amount we need each year is going to change. It's going to go up. It can't just be 17,000 because you're going to be behind the next year. And so, and then maybe even throw in, the fees that we are to get from the providers in other counties, because I think we may be limited on what we can do legally to go after them in another county. But
Yeah.
maybe not. Clancy can work his magic and make so we can get it.
Yeah, I don't know, since we're providing the services, if we can, or I don't know how that works. And I can ask, I think Johnson County does it, and they have other counties that they survey as well. So I could ask them how they do that.
Yeah.
That'd be good. That'd be
It'd
good.
be good to know.
See whatever options, but no, I'm glad we're trying to get these things covered. And like I say, need a letter written for us to sign. So we need a motion for anything by consensus that
A motion would be good if we could. I mean, this is a pretty big deal and we want to have clear documentation and it'll be a fairly long drawn out process, I envision.
yeah, it's not gonna be solved tomorrow.
So that's, this motion that's written here.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would make a motion to approve the health department's request to the state of Kansas for additional funding of the child care licensing program administered by Riley County.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the health department request the state of Kansas additional funding for child care licensing program administered by Riley County. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Okay, I would make a motion to recess as the Board of Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to recess as the Board of Health and reconvene at the Board of County Commissioners. All in favor?
Aye.
What's for next? You have Gary Pike at 10 o'clock. Morning, Gary.
Good morning.
Thank you.
It's got all things to you here.
I had a sneezing fit yesterday, like jeepers.
Yeah.
Something in here that's getting me.
The what?
Not something in here is getting me.
Tickle my throat.
Mhm.
Not coughing anything, but I can just
Coming in through the windows.
Yeah, for sure.
open ventilation.
Open ventilation, yeah. Well, it's probably them mowing the grass or something. Yeah, they're probably
Could
kicking
be.
up some stuff.
Could be. You get more rain and dampness, you get spores and molds going and mold count goes up and
I had another inch plus this weekend.
wow.
Yeah, we did too. I had a lot of rain here overnight and I don't really.
I didn't hear it
They're coming back from Kansas City last night. We ran into it at Lawrence. They got a deluge right at Lawrence.
No, we got, was it Friday? Saturday?
Yeah.
We got an inch.
We have a different chair.
Yeah, it's Friday night.
We already had a separate chair.
Well, it was nice all day and I thought, oh, good, I get to spray my weeds.
Right.
Well, that's what it hadn't been raining, we kind of been in just a few sprinkles for a while. But sprinkler head wouldn't get so.
Let's see.
And I told Jen, I went and bought a new sprinkler. I said, this is guaranteed it's gonna rain.
Oh, sure.
And 2 days later.
Yeah, so it's next
I
week.
haven't had to water anything here. Just a little fertilizer.
Yeah, I was able to get some vegetable garden. Water.
Okay.
There's so many weeds, and I didn't do any better.
It's part of, they said. A couple of years ago, when it gets real wet in the spring, you don't keep it in wet.
I didn't do
That's right.
The stuff growing gets you, all those vegetables get used to having a lot of water.
Oh,
And
really?
then when it starts drying up, it's even harder, because that, so you kind of get, overwater for a while, just to kind of slow it down. You can't, rains like crazy, then, it usually rains like crazy, and it stops, and then.
You know how it is.
Yeah.
Oh, what all have you got planted?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I guess that's for us.
Onions, peas, well, strawberries all done, cucumbers, pumpkins, corn, potatoes,
Oh, good.
tomatoes, peppers.
Big garden.
Yeah.
And my peas are growing like crazy. Darnell's picking a bunch of them, and they're good.
Oh, yeah, they were
4 foot tall,
Good. I didn't do a vegetable garden.
producing like crazy.
the last couple of years, I can mark which seed, they just go buy it.
That's what.
And some of them, the last couple of years, they've only been growing like this, so I didn't got a fence to put them on.
Mhm.
I just set it all the way down, because this time I needed to put it up, because they're growing up 5 feet tall.
Pretty good.
And producing,
Yeah, they're producing.
and
crazy.
I don't like peas, I like the sugar snap or something,
Uh-huh.
the ones that kind of a flat edible pod.
Mhm.
Mhm.
They're snacks while I'm working
Yeah.
hard.
Oh, that's what we do. And Darnell does that.
My son said when he planted them, he never got any. His kids,
Kids ate them all.
kids ate them all when they were outside, he never got any.
I got a daughter that's like that with cherry tomatoes. That
Oh.
kid, she'd eat so many that she would get like a rash from it.
Oh, yeah.
She'd eat so many cherry tomatoes right out of the garden.
That's my oldest daughter, her little girl, when she was out there in Kansas City, she was probably 2 or 3. She liked green beans.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
Heather didn't have a big vegetable garden, but if Grace was out there, she'd pick the green beans and get it right up.
Yeah.
It's funny, when kids are growing up, you can't get them to work in the garden, but now, 2 of my kids and their husbands have gardens, and they're sending us pictures. Oh, look at my garden, look at my, and they're so proud of what they're doing.
Good, yeah.
And picking and
My daughter never cared a bit of lawns, flowers or anything. Now she's going crazy with it. She doesn't like vegetable gardens. With everything else, she's doing landscaping and planting this and planting that. Mom, what's this? And what do you think here?
And the wild raspberry crop this year is amazing out there, and I've got a run of them on my property. And I know I picked we walked from our place to where we're building our son's house, because it's like a quarter mile away along the edge, and I mowed a path all the way from our place over to theirs, and so it's through the woods and the creek. And we picked like 3 cups just on our walk and ate them. Yeah, they're just
Really?
unreal thick with all this rain. And they are good.
And that's what I was doing, my strawberry just didn't
Mhm.
do that great this year.
Too much.
But I'll try some up. Fertilize, because now they're done fertilizing, they're sending out good runners and spreading out. So
Mhm.
Mm.
maybe and the asparagus is.
I finally just said, I'm done. I can't even get rid of it
I was getting
anymore.
one at a time. I'd get one.
Oh, really? I was
and
getting,
then we get another one. And I'm letting them go, and then that said to rehab me, fertilize them right after you're done.
Yeah.
Let them grow and.
yeah, let them
Okay.
grow and then cut them down in the spring. I said, I've had enough asparagus. My friends have too.
I'm not all that big asparagus seed eater, but.
I love asparagus. Mine were really producing.
That's one of those vegetables I hated as a kid. I
Yeah.
mean, that was kryptonite when I was a kid. But liking was my help. Same with liver. No, yeah, that.
I used to, actually, I haven't had any long time,
Me either.
but what? I'm fixing liver for a bit, and I like liver. It's good and bad, it has to be.
Yeah,
It's to be just right.
There's some tough, so some of the stuff.
it's really polarizing food. You either hate it or.
Yeah, the other one that my dad loves was chicken liver. I like liver,
Oh, yeah.
fried chicken livers.
Yeah, well, that and the heart is good too.
Hard as good.
Well, he ate The gizzards.
Oh, the gizzards.
Gizzards, really good.
See, I love
Fight
I don't
over
like-
gizzards.
I like it. Those are
I
good.
like the gizzards.
No, that's a delicacy.
Yeah, we fought over it.
Yeah, we did too. We argued over the heart.
The heart.
How's that for twisted?
An attorney going for the heart.
That's right. Even as a child. I always like it in small towns where you see a sign up, because I've seen it before. It says Wednesday is liver and onions night. So people know not to come, because some people get nauseous just smelling
Oh, yeah.
the cooking, and they don't even want to be in the cafe.
Huh.
Yeah. I've seen it a couple of places.
Huh.
It's kind of a warning sign.
No, I haven't seen this on, I haven't seen chicken livers on the menu anywhere.
It's tough to find a place that will serve gizzards. KFC did it for a while. I don't know if they still do. The local one. I don't know that they did liver.
Ready for Gary? Bob? Tax man.
Good morning. Yeah, tax man in a good way.
Yeah, the good side.
Good way. Or at least I think so.
Yeah.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for having me. And I sent you a PowerPoint presentation here that we'll go through, and it's pretty similar to the format that I've used for the last several years. I always have to mention our partners, Caroline Pine Charitable Foundation for Manhattan and Conzi Nugget Way. This year helped fund our program in the Manhattan Public Library for the space. They go out of their way to help accommodate us. They let us use their printer. We provide the paper, obviously, but if ever we have a glitch, they're right there right now. They've been a fantastic partner. And this year, our preparers logged 1,175 hours. We keep track of everybody's schedule when they come in, they sign out. So we have a very accurate figure on that. And we do reward the volunteers with lunch, gift cards at the end of the season, and send a picture of the paper. Sometimes it gets printed, sometimes it doesn't, obviously, but it's a great service to the community. This was the 19th year, and I think Roger Ruggles has been in every year. I think Jennifer had recruited him way back when. And he's been there every year, and so he's had provided yeoman service. The site coordinator extension personnel must be trained along with the volunteers that actually prepare the taxes. It's a self-study thing, so you have to take the test online, and there's two parts. There's a basic test and an advanced test, and we just make everybody take the advanced test so you can do it all. Because Fort Riley used to have a VITA site and they shut theirs down 2 years ago, we've gotten a whole lot more military returns this past year or two, which may be part of the reason we had another jump in numbers.
Yeah, a big, a lot of them.
There's a lot of people, and we got a lot of veterans and a lot of active military. So, and then the IRS, since it's their program and we're just a local provider for that, is only for people with household income of less than $79,000. So this year, a record year, another record year, as you'll see in the graph later on, 1,028 returns filed. Most of those were filed electronically, so we just send them at the end of the day. The IRS will let us know whether they're accepted or rejected, and we get a few turned back, but it's usually because of a couple that may be divorced and one claimed the kids and the other claimed the same kids. And so we get some of those kinds of things that happen, but very few of those, and usually not our fault. Very, very few actually happen. And we do some returns for previous years. Now, not this year, but I remember last year or the year before, we did return. We can only go back so far, but we did some back as far as 4 or 5 years. People hadn't filed. They bring their stuff in and we file for them. And so it gets kind of interesting sometimes. But this year,
1 year stuff. I go back that many years.
What's that?
I said it's hard enough to make sure you get all the stuff in 1 year to try.
I know.
Try to dig up stuff in 4 years.
Well, and sometimes we have people that come in and say, "Oh, I forgot that I had this W-2," because we have several clients that have 3, 4, 5, 6 jobs sometimes. And so we have to do an amended return. And I don't include those in our numbers, but we do have amendments. This year, almost $1.4 million in refunds, and $300,000 in savings for preparing taxes. The figure the IRS gives at times our number of people that we meet with. We do have a number of people who show up with an appointment that, when we go through their taxes with them, they can either choose to file them or not if they don't like the outcome. And they may choose to take it to another paid preparer, which we'll have 10 or 12 of those, or they may want to go home and find some additional information and bring it back to us. And then they may not end up filing at all. So, but that's a very small percentage. So I guess the point I'm making is the volunteers spend an awful lot of time, and appreciate them for their efforts, because they spend an awful lot of time trying to help people who have made mistakes. It takes, sometimes the most difficult returns will take 2 or 3 hours. We generally schedule 45 minutes per return. Some take an hour and a half, some takes 2, some takes 20 minutes. If they have one W-2 and that's it, then it's really pretty simple and straightforward. The breakdown of our clients this year, 593 of those were single filers, 155 were married filing jointly. We had 24 married filing separately, and 115 head of household. Average adjusted gross income was just about $33,000. And we do ask questions on there. The IRS, the intake form that we have to use for them, they ask these questions. And so we include them on our statistics. Obviously, the K-State likes to hear these numbers as well, but 14% were handicapped. We had 16% of them were military or active or veterans, and 28.5% were minorities. So this is our growth, averaging about 8 to 10% a year. So you can see we're up, 141 over last year. It puts a strain on the system after a while. There's Shawnee County does the same thing, but they do more than one location. I don't know that we're ready to do that. We're almost overwhelmed where we're at right now, but that would be the next step. As I mentioned earlier, the questions we ask about race and ethnicity, we have to ask those questions. People can choose to answer them or not. And as you can see, 67 prefer not to answer. But we met or exceeded all the parity for the different ethnic groups in Riley County, actually. So it's very good. We're getting across the entire scope of the population. 428 were male, 565 were female. That's the primary taxpayer. And then the comments we got, we asked them to write on comment cards, and we get a lot of very good ones. We don't get them from everyone, but maybe 100 to 150 of them will take the time to write a card, and some will send us thank you notes. So it's rewarding to see, for instance, the gentleman or the lady on last line, 80 years old on fixed income. They appreciate the service. And a lot of times, people get a $1,500 refund, but if they have to pay for that, it takes a big chunk of their refund back, and they're on limited income anyway. So anyway, that's kind of the summary of this year's activities, and we're lining up to do it again next year. So I have to order materials, which the IRS, we ordered the materials from the IRS and they only sent me half of what I ordered. So we were scrambling, trying to get some from some other sites, make sure we had enough to support it, because they do appreciate us, but their printing budget was down, if you can imagine that. So we didn't get as much material from them this year. Yeah. Any questions, comments?
Can we just send them half of what they want from us?
That's what
I was thinking the same thing. They're out of money. I don't think so.
Yeah. So anyway, so this year, actually, I did probably fewer because we were without an ag agent. So I ended up covering for him, and I did probably 2/3 of the number of returns I normally do myself. I go through the training. I do not count into the figures here, the cost of the program, because it takes me almost 20% of my year's time just doing the training, doing the taxes, coordinating this thing and stuff. But the return on investment is huge. So it's been worth the time and effort. And then Sharon, our main office professional at the front desk, I think she handled 560 some phone calls this year. People will call in but they can book online or they can call in, and a lot of people would rather just call in and make their appointment. So she goes through this litany of questions. She has to ask them all, and she deserves a lot of credit here, along with Sue Simmons, who fantastic coordinator. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
Appreciate you. Yep.
Next commissioner, you have Brian Pete at 10:15. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. If you had a second, sir, I was.
There you looking for.
Whichever day's best for you.
This week is shot for sure.
Oh, yeah, no. Wanted it maybe the middle or towards the end of next week.
You're like 2:00 on the 26th. What's your calendar look like?
Yeah, I can definitely do that. Come by your office.
You bet. You bet. I'll send out a calendar invite to you that we both got it on there.
Thanks.
Sound good? Think it's
It is, I don't know, is your mic on or the mic?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, send out a calendar invite and get together.
Sounds good.
How long do you think it'll take?
I'll
just put how many?
Just to give you guys, yeah, half hour at the most, just to give you an update.
Sounds good.
On things.
Do it.
If I can steal that back from you though.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Oh.
Watched the city commission Tuesday night.
How was that?
They're sitting there looking at that Parks and Rec. Aaron took, I think Aaron knew the beating. But I think part of it, this whole thing was set, because he said, why didn't you do this with this? This commission had set up the request for the RFQs saying this is what we want done. There's only one of those, John Morrison.
I tried to get it.
True. They're all saying, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? This is what was
new ideas.
They all have different ideas, and he was really good about it. But
new people, new ideas.
Self-care. Got to.
Yeah, she met me in my office about that very subject. Like last week, I think I told Catherine. Aaron came in. Ooh, I saw that go down. Aaron McCullough.
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
But she had a lot of questions. They don't look good.
What was that about?
The city commission Tuesday night,
Oh,
looking at the parks master plan. There was a long discussion on that.
Ready for Brian, commissioners?
Oh, it's 10:15 on it.
Good morning. Good morning, members of the county commission. as well as the county clerk, members of the public. Brian Pete with the Riley County Police Department, the director. I'm here to provide the update of RCPD activities, crime reports, as well as administrative issues that we've been working through. As the commission may be aware of, the law board has recently passed the budget for the Riley County Police Department. We're looking at an increase of approximately $1,840,000. I just want to dive a little bit into summarizing the efforts that RCPD went through to reduce its ask. We are acutely aware of the public's demand, the commission to include the city, and looking at how do we maximize costs. Again, this is something every year that we that plagues us every year with increases and cost of living, everything to that effect. Internally, the Riley County Police Department has looked at staffing levels through attrition. We've looked at eliminating contracts and looked at rerouting money that may have gone towards an internal program that throughout the course of time may not be as cost efficient or effective in the department's mission of providing safety and security to the community. So with that, and again, and I want to stress looking at staffing levels and how do we consolidate numbers if we need numbers in one place, then how can we reduce numbers in another place? We just weren't arbitrarily asking for money so we can increase staffing level positions. So we have over $300,000 that we looked at repurposing within the department, and the increase in the budget goes towards a 3.8 cost of living adjustment, and RCPD always looks at the CPI from the previous year and just goes off of what that CPI recommendation is. If it's zero, we'll do zero requests. In this case, it was a 3.8. So we were looking at keeping up with COLA, especially since the salary survey that the department had conducted a few years ago. We're still in the process of trying to implement that. And so instead of implementing it over 3 years, we've added another 2 years. So we're not asking for significant amounts of money to get us up to the levels of where other agencies may or may not be at, or what is the best level for us in determining where we should be at in compensating employees. So we've added, we've increased that by another 2 years to, again, so that it's not a shock to taxpayers. Health insurance has skyrocketed. I don't have to talk to anyone here about that, especially pharmaceutical costs. That's something that we were that at the last moment increased another 0.2% of our ask, because we were originally expecting to ask 0.24 decrease in our initial ad until that first day, a week prior to coming to the law board with the first budget, that we found out that those pharmaceutical costs have gone up. So even now, we plan to go out to do an RFP to see if we can look at other insurance providers to reduce the cost of of pharmaceutical costs, as well as healthcare within the department. And we should be looking at doing that next month. That RFP process should be initiated. Inmate food and care, that has gone up, as well as fuel. So the increases in the budget are going towards the COLA, the salary survey implementation, health insurance, liability, inmate, and fuel. There's nothing else that we're asking for, that we're requesting. No vehicle increases, no any of the other items that we do need. We're looking for grants or for internal processes, and how do we trim where we're at, to include even slowing down hiring. We are sitting very well at staffing levels right now. The corrections facility, we are almost fully staffed there. We're just looking at normal attrition levels of 1 or 2 individuals who may be leaving for whichever reasons, but we are not 17 under where we were a year ago. We're at very good staffing levels. So as the commissioners know, when salary savings, if you will, when we have low hiring levels, we normally have a lot of money to give back at the end of the year, because the staffing levels and nutrition levels, but when we get to the point that we're almost fully staffed in every section within the department, it's very tight as far as what we're spending money on. So over the last several months, we've been rationing as much as we possibly could, reducing trainings, opportunities to make sure that we're getting back towards the end with fully staffing levels. So in looking at crime, Part 1 crimes of April, again, I'm just reporting back the previous months. There was a 28% decrease. Year to date, from 2024, we're down 25% of the 5-year average. And looking at Part 1 violent crimes, we are year to date is down 16% from the 5-year average. There were 13 aggravated assaults or batteries, unfortunately 1 sexual assault or rape, 0 robberies or homicides, however. There were no robberies reported in April. There were 4 aggravated batteries and 9 aggravated assaults during the month of April. This was 18% above the 5-year average. 3 of the incidents in April were domestic related. There were arrests in 4 of those, and 4 incidents that were related to aggravated assaults and batteries. For April, Part 1 crime was down 27% from the 5-year average. Year to date, we're 27% below the 5-year average as well. In April, these property crimes included 4 structural burglaries, 8 larcenies from motor vehicles, 4 auto thefts, and 3 arson incidents. The rest were larcenies, which were 48 incidents. Again, as related to vehicles, please lock your doors as you're out. Weather's warm. There are more folks out and about walking, and a lot of people are opportunistic. So if your doors are unlocked, they're going to take the opportunities to get into your vehicles. Structural burglaries were 70% below the 5-year average for April. 3 of the burglaries were non-residential. 1 was residential. All occurred in Manhattan. For vehicle burglaries, 48% below the 5-year average. There were no signs of forced entry in any of the incidents. Motor vehicle thefts were down 33% from the 5-year average. 2 of the incidents were lost property. 1 of the vehicles was attempted motor vehicle theft. I apologize. 2 of the vehicles have been recovered. The number of DUIs for April was at the same of the 5-year average. Number of traffic accidents were 5% above the 5-year average, and the number of preventable traffic accidents was 4% above the 5-year average. So while we're pretty much on track with where we've been at, we've seen a dramatic decrease in crime. I think a lot of the hard work of the officers and the detectives are paying significant dividends. Riley County, Manhattan remains one of the safest places within the state of Kansas. I'd say throughout the entire country as well. So to members of the public, we are again keenly aware and keeping our property taxes and everything down, but we still want to make sure we maintain the highest levels of professionalism and safety and public service. And I think that the Riley County Police Department is doing a very good job at that. So while we want to keep costs low, at the same time, we hope that members of the public recognize that the department is doing everything it possibly can to keep the community safe and to do what we can to attract businesses to come in to help offset the costs of what it means to provide safety and security to the county. So outside of that, I just want to also mention out to the members of the public that here at 11 o'clock, I will be in Aggieville, walking through Aggieville with other members of the department. And we're concentrating again, because we've seen historically a lot of incidents that have been occurring throughout Aggieville. So we want to elicit the public's help in addition to our crime reduction plan on what we can do, especially in partnership with members of the community and business owners to keep Aggieville safe, especially as that we're about to have millions of dollars of investment coming in there. So again, we are very safe. Aggieville is extraordinarily safe, but we want to do everything we can to make it safer. So with that, I stand for any questions that the commission may have.
Not necessarily him, just when he was talking about insurance, because we have the buildings, we pay the property insurance on their buildings.
Absolutely. Yep. Those are county owned buildings.
But then liability insurance, is that through them? Any liability insurance?
That's for the facilities and the grounds. Yeah. Is ours.
It's all of ours. Oh, that's all. So no, we do, that's ours, not shared.
No, not shared.
Yeah, so we do pay those brick and mortar insurance, but though the insurance costs, I apologize, I was not clear, but our insurance increases our health.
Yeah, I know you said that, but just when you said that, it made me think, I thought that was some stuff that it was covered under our, because we do the buildings, it isn't the sheriff of the city, we do all the buildings.
Unfortunately, yes, and when those bills come due, they're shocked. So we want to definitely do what we can to keep our buildings in working order.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Have a good week. Next, commissioners, you have Brittany Phillips up at 10:30 to discuss the budget.
If I make an appointment to get the title stuff from the cars, then you just report in when you come in, or how do you
Just check in with that.
check in with Vicky? Okay.
She'll check in.
I need my driver's license renewed in July, so is that online or in person?
I mean, you can renew it online. As long as you have an eye doctor, because when you renew it online, they send a file to your eye doctor to verify that you've had a checkup within the last year. And because that's the one thing you can't do is the eye test. So that's their way around, but you could also make an appointment.
Okay.
On the website, on the church's website, if you want to come in and have us do it. Yep.
I had an eye appointment.
I've never actually talked to anybody that's actually done it. I mean, I think people are using it, but it does have to take a little bit longer for that process. So I wouldn't wait when do you expire?
Yeah.
On your birthday, I'm assuming July
15th.
Yeah. So it takes about 45 days if you renew it online. So
yeah, I better get it done.
Yes.
Did mine online this year. It's very easy.
Oh, did you?
You did?
I did. Yeah.
See, that's
You met
why
someone.
These millennials are. It was easy.
Yeah, it was very easy and it was just on the app, I think. and you
Just the iCan app.
Yeah, you just go through and I mean, that's how I do my fishing license and everything else too.
Mhm.
Just online.
So there you go.
I'd rather not do that.
I'm not good at that.
I can help you.
Not letting go of that drink, Anna?
No, I learned this morning. So. That's great. Right here, this very fault.
That's it, back in the same.
I say in the same spot, it's already christened as I happened to. Sit down in my other drink, which is why I'm not setting it down. It's my hand. I thought about that when I came over. I'm like, nope, just gonna hold it. Yeah. Safer. I think.
We'll see.
In theory, it's safer, but you know.
They make lids for cans.
Do they?
So.
I probably need to look into that.
Yeah.
Let's see. You know, I keep it light. Such a Monday.
It definitely is like.
Yeah. First thing this morning. Luckily, I didn't get Brittany. No, Brian. I got the chairs that we're sitting in. It just went everywhere.
And I'm wearing white, please.
Ready for Brittany, commissioners?
Sure.
Not really.
We can adjourn until the city council.
Nothing personal, it's the subject.
Good morning, Commissioners. Budget and Finance Officer Brittany Phillips here to present our third budget work session. So on Monday, I had direction from the Commissioners to change some appropriation amounts. So I did change the emergency shelter to $16,000, changed Pawnee to $350,000, and the Genealogical Society to $3,500. You also asked that Shiloh relook at the sales tax income and the investment income. And so after reviewing numbers, Shiloh averaged sales tax over the past 3 years to 2.2 million. And then investment income, she worked numbers, and I believe she sent an email to each of you of that adjustment to $2.1 million. And like Director Brian Pete said that they approved their budget on Monday. And so I have adjusted their number as well for RCPD. So their appropriation request is $5,704,456. And then the rest of that, this amount, of course, is for, inmate medical, building costs, other items that we provide. So with all those changes, we are over the revenue neutral rate by 0.817 mils. However, this is an overall decrease from the 2024 budget of 0.785 mils.
I had a question on the RCPD, because we gotten this, this one earlier of the building, I like to talk the cost interest stuff. And that was added to come up with that number, whatever they had, the 5.7.
Yeah, 5.7.
Plus this. But on this sheet, it showed revenue
Can I see that? I'm sorry.
that isn't taken off anywhere.
Oh, so the ad valorem tax I don't put in until after we approve the budget. So if you turn it over, at that, when I presented, I didn't have the numbers yet. So I didn't have it in here.
No, I know that, but
Okay.
I'm just saying, because what you did, you added this to their number to come up with that one.
Yeah.
And you got that, but this says there's revenue, but it doesn't ever taken off of it any place.
It's taken off here. So it subtracts out, your beginning fund balance. So here's your total resources available.
Mm-hmm.
And then minus the 475,000 is a deficit of 46,371.
So why didn't that add on the betters?
I can look at that.
What,
more closely, but
where is this then somewhere? Revenue.
their revenue isn't listed on here, because this is just general, bond and interest in county building. So their revenue, we don't put it on this piece.
And is just a certain percentage of each of those things goes to RCPD?
I'm not aware. I don't know how to answer that. Sorry, Rich.
Let me
Sorry,
see, I'm
go ahead.
not sure what you're looking at.
Is it like motor vehicle tax and something? Is there just a set percentage of each of those items that gets applied to?
On motor vehicle, it's 2 years back, motor vehicle distribution, 2 years back, ad valorem tax rate, mill levy rate is how it's calculated for motor vehicle for all funds that it goes to. So that is based on a 2-year-old mill levy, and the others, vehicle tax, recreational tax, and commercial fees are all based on what we get collected for those, based on mill levy rates amount also that go to those funds. So, and they go just to RCPD. So it's not a standard percentage. It's based on past mill levy rates.
Okay, well then why isn't it taken off then in place?
I'd have to look at this. It should be. Those revenues should be included, deducted against the expenses needed. And that difference is how much we have to contribute for ad valorem taxes here. But I'd have to look at this to see if we
if you turn it over, the 475 of expenses is added to the 5.7.
Six. Fund balance. Okay, it's showing that we're a negative 46,371 revenues versus expenditures.
But
which would be correct, and we do not have the appropriation in here, correct?
right,
Brittany?
on the
Yeah.
back page.
Yeah, on that one,
That's-
we did not.
So I guess I'm not following you, Commissioner. Because
Well-
this is the difference for just that without RCPD appropriations, then you
Right.
add that 5 million in there. And so you'd be a negative 5 million, whatever. And so that's what we have to collect.
But I'm just saying, because it was 5.7, and she just added the 475 of expenses, the revenue isn't taken into account.
I see what you're saying in the total, gotcha, I see what you're saying.
On this.
So
on this
what he's
sheet.
saying is the appropriation amount plus the 46,371 is not adding up correctly to the amount needed, is what you're saying, correct?
It just, that the revenue designated that isn't,
I can do some crunching real quick if I got.
isn't shown, or is it just
numbers.
included up in the other,
On that first page.
on this, on these titles, on these over
RCPD.
here? You know, it is, then why is it shown on that sheet?
Yeah, sorry, as you know, I've been gone, so I haven't got to review this part here. Okay, let me do some crunching here.
What's that sheet again? Compared to also-
That's not bad number. So, let me. What's that, RCPD budget appropriation amount?
It's 5,704,456.
5,704,000?
Yeah.
No, 704.
Oh, 704. Oh, gotcha. No, I was doing that wrong. So you were saying it's adding in that there?
Right.
Gotcha. Let me check it.
6,180,000.
Where's the 6 million? Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. So what it should, you're correct, it shouldn't be doing that. It should be the appropriation amount plus this amount is what we need, plus any beginning balance that we want to have in there. So yeah, we'll have to redo that number.
Because like I say, yeah, the revenue numbers were.
It's probably just a formula error and we'll just have to take a look at that. We can revisit that and look at that, bring it back on Monday.
Okay.
But that would make a difference.
Yeah. That makes a big difference.
Yeah, we can look at that this afternoon, commissioners, and Brittany can send you an email and update you.
It's almost 500,000 difference there.
Oh, yeah, for sure. With RCPD, one thing you'll notice on that sheet is one thing that concerned me that I visited with Brittany about is how much that beginning balance is lower.
Yeah.
Than the previous years because inmate medical costs are just, and
it's
inmate medical because of prescriptions and the number of average daily population. And so we don't want to cut it too short because with taxes too, as Shiloh reports, we'll have some delinquencies as well. So we budget 100% of ad valorem and we won't collect all that. So we need to get that beginning balance up a little more than $8,000 because one inmate can cost us that. And medical cost at the blink of an eye. But yeah, we'll relook at that, commissioners.
I do appreciate the aging, whatever they're called.
Oh, the capital on the
Yeah, I don't have any idea, but I will fiddle with those
Okay.
numbers. I'm not ready to say anything for sure yet, but that is what I need, just kind of look at what we need to do there. And I appreciate your work.
Another question that the commissioners had on Monday was about Adibus and the $20,000 that
Oh,
is
yeah.
for Public Works. I know a little information. I talked to Julie Winter about it. So back in the 80s and 90s, we used to have a taxi cab coupon before we had Adibus. And so that money, and it comes out of the line for like ADA compliance is where it's coming out of. And so in the past, that is what we were providing. And then when Adibus took over, they were asking for a subsidy from special highway funds. And so that $20,000 has been given for 10 plus years at this point. So they always include it in their total appropriation. And I just subtract off the $20,000 because it's part of the Public Works budget. So yes.
Commissioner Fairman? I go back to that RCPD thing, on the second page of the budget revenue, of the motor vehicle and recreation tax and all that. What gets those numbers there? And in that formula, is RCPD included?
I don't believe it is. And
Okay, that's
so
what we'll
it's,
have to check.
yeah, it's general bonded interest to county building, I believe. And then when we calculate the mill, RCPD it's not.
We'll double check that. So yeah, that might be where those.
Well, if you take that off, then it's the same as last year. That's not.
Mhm. Yeah.
So something's.
So yeah, we'll look at that. And that's what got me thinking. That's what got me thinking maybe those revenues is in there.
So it must be, but where is that revenue? Just. I couldn't figure out.
Mhm. Yep. We'll get it and we'll explain it on Monday.
Okay.
So with that, is there anything else the commissioners wanted to discuss today about appropriations or any other departmental funds? I told David after he left on Monday, you guys cut his budget by $1 million for leaving early, so.
And he's still smiling.
That was his salary, right?
Yeah.
So that's my salary?
Not anymore, does it sound like?
It was for a day.
You only know.
Just seeing if he's listening.
Yeah.
Hanging on every word. I didn't have anything else this time.
Any other commissioners have anything they'd like Brittany to look into? John, are you still on?
I am. I'm still looking over a couple of things myself.
Yeah. And no problem. And commissioners, if you guys think of anything over the weekend, email Brittany on, if you email us and we can have it prepared for you on Monday at the presentation to kind of help speed up the process for you.
The other thing on the appropriations, could you just send me the Excel? Because there was I was trying to do some stuff and I was, especially because it's so long and I got it all marked up and couldn't read.
Is it this long one?
Yeah, if you just send the Excel, that way I could fiddle with it that way, make it easier.
Okay.
But I got marked up so much I couldn't. It was a mess.
I can definitely do that.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Ford, do you have anything else you wanted us to look at or?
Not at the moment.
Commissioners, you think of anything, just drop Brittany an email and we'll get the information prepared for Monday. Keep trudging along.
Thank you, commissioners.
Commissioners, all we have is city county at 4 o'clock. It is here. It is here.
You have to run that meeting too.
Oh, I do.
We do.
Yeah,
Okay.
John's not here.
Yep. Will you attend that by Zoom, John?
Yeah,
I'm not for sure yet. I feel like
Okay, no problem. If we see you there, we do. If we don't, we don't.
Okay,
Get some rest.
we'll do.
Anything else the commissioners have before we adjourn after the city county?
No, I would make a motion, or unless John, do you have anything?
I don't have anything else.
Okay, well then I'd make a motion to adjourn the Raleigh County Commission meeting of June 20th, 2024 after our joint city county meeting this afternoon.
I'll second.
Newton second to adjourn the meeting after the city county meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner. See you at 4 o'clock.
Did I give you a motion for the executive session? I couldn't remember if I gave you.
You did.
Okay,
You did.
thanks.
Thank you.
It was so long ago.
Yep, you did. Thank you. Got it over here.
So with city county, I'm sorry, with city county in here, do I have to leave this going?
That's what we've done both. And you can turn the audio down. Yeah, we can put the easel up.
Okay, everyone, the meeting is live.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm running. John Ford's home today, so giving that presentation this morning was working out. She wasn't here. I don't think I've got an agenda that's Jared giving us the 24 corridor update.
Good. Thank you for having me today. So we're going to be discussing, the US 24 corridor management plan update. So why are we discussing an update? So the current plan is from 2009. There's obviously been considerable growth along that corridor. The potential extend, there is the potential to extend the corridor further. The study further, the corridors there to extend the study further along the corridor, excuse me. And there is a semi-annual US 24 corridor committee that meets, and there is some support among that committee to look at updating the study. And so this is who is on that corridor committee, obviously led by KDOT, NPO, and then staff and representatives from the 3 counties across various organizations. I should go back and say, in addition to this, KDOT also thinks there's a decent opportunity to update. This would be a good time to do so. The NPO is working on our long-range plan, Connect 2050. And so doing this in the timeline we'll be discussing today would allow that to coincide with this and fit nicely. So the goals, as we see them today, are to update the land use plan. Potawatomi 2040 land use plan would be updated. The East Manhattan Gateway plans, land use would go into it, as well as looking at any changes in the Riley County comp plan from the old plan. We would look at the existing projects that are in there, update them, specifically the Flush Road intersection, Blue River Bridges, look at urbanization and how that has changed, all those sorts of things, update the costs associated with them, and potentially update a few options as well. So several projects have been built on the corridor. The lights at Levy Drive were just built. Excel Road could potentially be getting a signal should that happen. Green Valley Road, all these sorts of improvements are from this project, from this study. This study has not been built out in its entirety, but there could be some updates. Again, I mentioned extending the study area. I'll get onto that more in a second. And then the other potential item would be doing a second connection cost benefit analysis. We'll get into that as well. And so the different study options. So you can see this yellow line. This is segment A. This is the existing corridor study. It goes from east of Manhattan, out by the airport, all the Wamego Airport, all the way west to the mall. So that is the existing segment that is in the study. We could just redo that segment. However, there's the option to extend. And so that blue line, item C, there's interest from the city, at least city staff, at looking at Public Creek Boulevard, going from the mall north up to Barnes Road. And then there is potentially interest from Raleigh County to extend from Barnes Road west to US 77. So the MPO's goal here with the second connection, I know this has been a contentious item, but our goal here is to move the region, you can read it right there, move the region past speculation to focus on actual costs and realistic routes so we can have a more productive and factual conversation going forward. And so to that end, the cost benefit analysis would look at different options, different locations, and have option A cost this, option 2 cost this, the pros and cons of this sort of thing. So we would all be on the same page and be able to talk about that. So that's that segment B, those pink lines, those are drawn in just as I drew them in, just idea wise. We obviously the straight across line is the Juniata Marlatt extension. The other ones are just kind of to give ideas of things that have been discussed. But these are the 4 potential options. If we were to do all the options, this is what it would look like.
Jared?
Yes.
I'm sorry, could you just verbally describe the segment B that goes south?
Yes. Segment B that goes south. So yeah, that goes from Excel Road south. So there was interest originally from Wynn Butler as well as Representative Titus about what that might do. So the discussion has always been, allow me to walk up here just to demonstrate. So the discussion has always been the growth in Potawatomi County and Boone Township here is continuing north. And a lot of it, the traffic are people coming here and going north. But we also have a lot of folks that then continue on west to the west side of Manhattan and then on to Fort Riley Boulevard. So the logic with these would be to siphon people off of 24 that are going north. The logic here would be to siphon people off that are going west to free up space on 24. So that's kind of the two ideas. Whether those get looked at or not is up for discussion, but those are the ideas.
Thank you.
So the funding split, it would be a KDOT project. They would administer it. They would they would hire the consultant. And so that would mean it would be a 65-35 funding split. And just as an example, if the project were $1.5 million, which KDOT thinks is at the extreme high end, it could very likely be under $1 million. A 65-35 split would mean we would have to raise $525,000 locally. There's been interest with the folks I've discussed in splitting that equally. So we're talking about at the absolute max. If somehow the project did end up costing 1.5 million, the absolute max of about 175K each. But there are benefits and segments for everyone involved. So this is just a simple matrix. So, the cost range really is dependent upon which of those segments, A, B, C, or D, are included, and that is based upon your interest and your funding support of the project. And so I just have this simple matrix here. If we just did segment A, under $500,000 for sure, and you can see this here. If we did the whole thing, we have up to 1.5 million again. These would be the local matches, meaning that based on those scenarios, we're talking at somewhere, probably $75,000 for the base one, up to $175,000. And again, I want to be clear. There's a lot of different scenarios. There's more scenarios than this, but that 1.5 million is at the absolute high end. It is a huge estimate. So the timeline, if there is interest, then you can see that there. So September, hopefully, if you were to support it, you would have it in your budget for 2025. KDOT would then go out for an RFP late this year, and the project will begin and end in 2025, and then seamlessly fit into our long-range plan. So that is what I had for you. It's very brief. So this meeting is really to gauge your interest and priorities. If you feel this is worth doing, we would just like to know.
How does this complement or conflict with the East Manhattan Gateway Plan?
So the East Manhattan Gateway Plan does not touch transportation. That is being levied over to us in our long range transportation plan. And so this would really allow us to, you're updating the land use and the utilities and all that. This would allow looking at updates to that plan. Now, like I said, Green Valley Road has the 2 left turn lanes that were just installed. Excel Road, I think, is ready to go, assuming that the development happens. Levy Drive has happened. So I think, addressing that Sarver Lane mall area there from the mall to the river is key in terms of the city. But again, the second connection has bridge crossing, whatever you want to call it, that's been a contentious item, and this would allow us to tie it in with that project. So KDOT was able to see that this item is a big issue, and 24 just, it's tied to 24 whether we like it or not in people's minds. So if we feel it's a big issue, this is a way to get that study funded and allowing us to potentially move forward or not. So I guess what we're really suggesting is, or requesting is, do you support funding the project? And if so, which segments or who's in and how much?
Jared, will you go back to the, here we go.
Yeah. And these are just examples, again, just to give you ideas, but.
So what all will the study do then? It'll just go.
So the
come up with a bunch of options for all those areas.
So yeah, so what the existing study has in it are a series of plates, and there's a lot of engineering that goes into it, a lot of data that goes into it. But what it will show, the end product that we really care about is recommended projects at areas. So the current study had the signals at Levy Drive. It had the double turn lanes at Green Valley Road. It has a potential interchange at Flush Road, on US 24. You're getting the double roundabouts at K13 and K113, but at 59th Avenue and all those other ones further out at the interchange with 77 by Riley, it would look at those, do a study of it and see what does the engineering guidance recommend. And it's a long-term document, so that the existing one looks at urbanization between Manhattan and Excel Road. It talks about urbanizing 4 lanes, potentially expanding to 6. It would look at all sorts of things, future growth.
You're talking about the second option, right? I know you heard before they talked about making this 4 to 6 lanes that are existing.
Yes, so I think raising the bridges is something that would definitely happen. Bridges are higher than the surrounding, raising the roadway as well is something that would definitely happen because it does get down there. But yeah. Access management, thank you. You can kind of see it there by the sale barn that was done. So the restricted left turns that was in the plan. There would be more things like that, consolidating it. It calls for putting in the frontage road. There's a lot to be done in that plan yet.
That plan incorporated in this.
Absolutely, that plan would be the base. I think it would be analyzing what is in that plan, seeing if anything.
The existing plan just went from the mall.
The mall is Columbia Road was included and all that. Yes.
I suppose I have been watching this development quite a while and representing the people who are in New Township. And having had the J. Lou study from the military, looking at it and giving a response back. The process of having a second entrance into the northern part of Manhattan from all of the people that go to the university and the hospitals and everything else would take an awful lot of pressure off of that road that goes clear down to the south before you go back up to the north. And that piece is also confounded by the fact that if you have a wreck on any of those bridges, which we have experienced in the last couple of months, everything backs up clear to St. George. And there isn't a good alternative when you have 4,000 people and only 2 routes to come down to the highway from all that and the school, Oliver Brown. And definitely the people have wished for and spoken for since 2003. It was on the city of Manhattan's plan to have that crossing that would go across to Marlette and be a function. And as the city or the county's already bought another 40 acres for another school out there on Mount Zion Road. If we don't look forward to those things that are actually in other people's plans, we make a big mistake. Because if in our 2040 plan, you just mentioned it for the Potawatomi County, we go all over to Elmslow Road and have it cross all the way across the county. And we do have Evergy kind of participating and trying to help us get that width and so on in place, because once people could go on that road and come across on this one, they aren't going to be down on 24. You'll take a lot of headway, but it's very strong on our side to have that extra road in there. It's been in conversation ever since I've been a commissioner, but it was also on the drawings back in 2003. So I'm very strongly supporting that one.
Yes, and I think that's why we're discussing this second connection here and the potential of wrapping this in. I think it is important to note that just because it's in the plan, it will not be built. Just like any of these projects, the funding, that road will not be a state roadway.
We understand that, but you have to match.
But this would look at, if we did do the second connection option, it would look at multiple different connections, because I understand that, residents in Wood Township want that Juniata Marlette connection. I hear from other folks that do not. So this will look at other options and having an actual discussion about that. So.
Jared, we've looked at that Marlette option. It seems to me that everybody should be presented with the facts from that study, because it was really cost prohibitive to put a bridge there. I mean,
I think that's part of what the cost benefit analysis will look at, is that the going straight across the floodway and the flood zone are wider than further north. So this would look at option A will cost this, option B will cost this, what can we live with? How much time will that take? What will that do to traffic around? That's really what then it would become a discussion of
What
money.
north you're referring to?
I'm sorry,
When you said.
further north, like if it tied into Barnes Road
Yeah, well,
or.
it's still on the other side of the flood. That's the problem we had.
Or if it even went further north, but tied it on the south side of Barnes Road. So that's kind of the discussion. That's what that would look at.
It doesn't get cheaper if you really look at that road, in my opinion.
That's the study we do.
Numbers on that.
This would also update the that Bluetooth study that they did, what, like 10 years ago?
We would not be updating that. I've been in discussions with Brian Johnson about using the streetlight data, which is a better option now, quite honestly. There's some costs associated with that. We would love to do that because that has data over several year period of time that has a very high percentage of vehicles. Compared to even the Bluetooth study.
And it could show.
It shows origin
roads and
estimation.
things like that.
That shows you. And to be fair, we will be modeling the second connection, several different ideas in our updated transportation demand model that we're working on as part of a long range plan. And I know in the last one, it showed minimal cycle at that top one, which I know Commissioner, you don't endorse. But we will be looking at that again to see if options are different. Or if the data is different this time.
If you're thinking to. I'll let everybody else speak. I'm pretty much representing the studies we've done over there and the people's opinion, very strongly on that. And I see the itinerant teachers trying to go to the school, caught in traffic, and so they're not serving for some of the time that they have to be there. And the school buses get the same problem. There's only one road to the Oliver Brown School, and if they could go the other way when there was challenges, it would certainly make a difference to academics that you intend to have a future plan on sitting there with those extra 40 acres. And it combines, in my mind, to the point of being the safest. You know, we're talking about safety and security, and the military really espoused it because they wanted them to get across town and out the best way they could, and they got over to the Seth Childs Road.
I think with KDOT.
And they may pay on it too.
I think with KDOT, the redundancy is the number one talking point. The frequency of the road closure is low. The studies show not a lot of traffic ciphering off, even with the second connection, but the redundancy when something does happen is, they're more open to that argument and why they're open to funding this part of the study, which is something we've never had before, actually looking at design options and locations.
I don't think we ever looked at going south, did we?
No, it has not. And quite, I'll be honest, a simple analysis shows that that's the Kansas River and that floodway and flood zone is 2 to 3 times as wide as the Blue River. It's just on there to show that we'll be looking at options. Those lines are drawn in PowerPoint, not accurate. Just to give you the idea of where we would be connecting.
Can you go ahead and do the one that goes up north in segments, or you have one that goes up to where the roundabouts will be and then all the way up to for Randall? Are those each separate decisions?
Well, yeah, they would basically fall upon each of your organizations. If you want to join, if you join in on this, then we would do that part, I think is the idea.
But if we covered our side on, like the stuff that's on our side of the river, then that would be covered by the governments in the Ryder County area, not necessarily split this way. Is that true?
Yeah, so you can see on the right here, I think depending on what is, whose jurisdiction it covers or touches is kind of who would pay for it. Similar to what happened last time, it was mainly Potawatomi County, you guys, everybody. And we're open, I mean, that's not set, that's also a discussion that can be had. That is just something that the equal split, if we did the whole thing, the equal split was something that had been discussed that people were open to, but.
We don't do it on the basis of valuation. That's the way we did it with, well, Muncie County, it went on valuation. Our county's paying 90%, they're paying 10%. I don't know what the valuation split is between these two counties, but that's what the law recommends. Right?
Yeah, the state's not doing that. Well, Muncie's 91 level, but
91,
89.
See, it's more sign.
No, I mean, that's up to you guys to figure out if you want to do it.
Well, I'm just asking him if that's general principle that you took, taken on, assuming that the valuations are the same, or did you just figure it on that?
We just figured it on with discussions of splitting it. Everyone is getting something out of this. And the distances are roughly equal for a lot of them, but that's open to discussion. And to be clear, the existing study still works, it's still applicable. So if you decide not to update it, we still have to solve a plan to rely on, but it is a fine time to update.
So a new plan would really just add the south.
No, it would, no.
Because we looked at the other two.
But not in not in the cost benefit analysis,
Okay.
and there's no cost estimate associated with that
I
at
thought there
all.
were some costs with the
I've not seen a cost
bridge
estimate.
going across the D, weren't there some numbers with?
Well, we had one.
I shouldn't have walked in the room.
K-State did one for us in an estimate, but it was.
I've developed cost estimates for the Blue River Road and a couple of bridge alternatives, one on that Marlin Union alignment, one upstream. I don't think there's any official studies, but 2 or 3 times, one going back 15, 16 years ago when I first was working for the county, we looked at costs, and then we've updated that a couple of times on looking at bridge costs, but I don't think there's been an actual study. It's just been every few years that this project's been floated out and they said, hey, what would a bridge at this location cost, or this, or where we pave the road? Yeah, and we've developed rough cost estimates for those at those times, yeah. We looked at one alignment that, went from Marlette and Tuttle Creek Boulevard all the way to Flush Road, and went cross country and new bridges and new culverts and a whole different alignment of US 24 basically. But so yeah, we've done lots of things over the years for fun.
I think that last 2 words are an important part of that statement.
Jared, I had a question, purely legal in nature, right? And don't burr up on me. We were talking before the meeting about my very secondhand bootleg knowledge of anything having to do with an MPO. And I was just wondering, regardless of, obviously I represent Riley County, so I think about it from a Riley County perspective, but my primary question was, is one of the benefits of the update to make, like, let's take the connection up to 77, right, that I don't think's been studied yet. Does that open up any potential improvements that would be part of that study to potentially even some federal trickle down funding, like from a Tidner grant? I don't even know if that's something that we're big enough to apply for, but that hit my mind.
Potentially, yes, and I don't think it makes it any more eligible, other than the fact that you would have a newer study updating it. You could pay for a study at any one of those sections right now and go after that funding. US 24 and 77 are both part of the National Highway System, so they are a very high priority. I think what it would do is that, again, it would study these problem intersections and really what they're getting out of it and make recommendations versus doing it piecemeal one at a time. Yes.
I do think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but right now the corridor study from Duval to Wamego on 24, so it opens up. All those intersections are available for KDOT corridor management.
Oh, that is true.
Through that.
That is true.
Right now, that intersection going to Riley is not eligible for that funding. By doing this, it expands. That's a huge benefit to Riley County, is that it opens up a huge corridor that is available with corridor management funding from KDOT that is not eligible now. All the Pot County stuff is already eligible for that. Riley County is not eligible now. They would be.
Can I ask? I maybe don't know how successful has Potawatomi County. How many of those projects vary is the answer of leveraging that funding?
Logan Road, Flush Road, Flush Road North.
Those were all KDOT corridor.
Green Valley Road, Green Valley Pedestrian Bridge, the Sailhorn entrance.
So all of them.
The Excel Road, yeah.
Okay.
I think every single one.
Did you mention Boulders?
I did not, but good one. Thank you, sir.
That's part of the reason we got into it, was because we were trying to support Caterpillar, the road that went all the way up I-70. And we had to bring them in as a transportation committee to the discussion.
It is, that's a very lucrative pot of money at KDOT that I shouldn't say doesn't always go unused, but there have been times when it's almost went unused and it's like, yeah, because if you don't have an official adopted corridor study, you're ineligible for that funds.
I didn't realize you were good, but that's great. You will ever do that.
We shouldn't be letting that secret out. So,
Well, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, because apart from the KDOT funds too, I'm thinking back to, not that anyone cares in this room and I don't generally share it. My brother was, for his counterpart down in Wichita's WAMPO, Wichita Area Metropolitan Planning Organization, he was their attorney for 5 years. And so I used to have to listen whenever he would vent to me after a 3-hour-long meeting over lunch about some highway project that I never cared about, right? But it was basically, they had a process down there where they would do the study, and then the study justified, that's what they would go up to. And whether it was a state program or whether it was federal, they say we have to have this in hand, because if we don't, unless we want to just say, well, this is all contingent upon being able to show need, right? It allows them to elevate a project. So that's why I was asking.
With all the federal funding, you do have to have a plan. So much of the federal funding right now is to do planning. This would do it all at once. Again, instead of you paying for this intersection and going up funding and then this one, it would just do it all at once. And KDOT felt that it would be a better deal to do them all at once, having one contractor to do it at once. So.
Can we do all 4 of them? Not, or 3, I'm not really interested in going across from Excel to Zedale. There's no. I know. But can we do the other 3?
There would be 4 or 5, 4 or 5 different things that we would look at in that cost benefit analysis. Those are just examples.
Okay, but I'm not.
There would be multiple.
North of the city. Sometimes they're gonna have to do development, not that way, the rules won't let them. But that's just the thought.
Yeah, they would all be, there would be numerous.
Representing Blue Township, the Blue River Road does not appeal to the people. It's too far a drive and it's gonna be very expensive. Look, I went through the erosion in the last week, and it has been, as I said, on the city of Manhattan's plan in 2003, and people have come to the belief that is the answer for them not having to go down to all the way down to what I call the food court and clear back up to the other part for the workers that work at the university and everything. All of those people would be pulled off of that.
Well, one of the options would be to see exactly what it would take and how much it would cost to improve Blue River Road, take out some curves, do grading, pave it. How much would that actually cost? Against the bridge crossing.
Well, we have the national which is Blue River Road.
That is the one that comes from Juniata Road, so if you're on the valley, and it goes down to Upper Farms. But if that's $15 million, then the bridge is
150.
or 75, I mean, that then becomes a
driving
discussion.
that far.
But
It doesn't make people use it, and we've done our own talks and discussions among all the people over there when we get together, and it has way adding about 5 miles of distance both directions, and then we're just gonna stay down on this other road.
But yes, but 24 functions well, except when there's a closure or an issue, and in that case, that becomes viable versus sitting in the traffic. And so that's the question: is that tens of millions of dollars difference?
To us, it is.
I know, but it's a multi-jurisdictional conversation, and so that's what these options would lay out. Is what do they cost, and then what are you all comfortable with working forward to? What can you afford? It's a political conversation at that point.
So it's not, didn't we look at this again like in 2011 or, I mean, I thought there were, real numbers, and then we looked at the bridge number, which it's all kind of faded, and I can understand that the reasoning that we really need to have access if something should happen to the bridge that we have now, but I just think that I'd like to think this over a lot more before we say.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, we're not like voting.
Allowing the study.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'd like to think of even allowing the study, because it was pretty definitive, because that bridge had to start with the floodplain. It had to start, and then there were issues once it got to Riley County with floodplain, but it just kind of cost prohibitive. At least that's what they decided at the time.
I've not seen those, but I mean.
Yeah, maybe it's a 2003, but I don't think I will.
Military money. That is like it was before, because that's the reason we did that initial study in the first place. If they wanted to have their people have an alternative and they thought it was a good idea, so I don't discount that money as well as the state money.
I mean, I will say the other, well, we'll see where we're at in a few months, but.
So I think the question that we need to really come to is, are we even open to looking at paying for this so that we can have the actual numbers and data? We can discuss the particulars about it after that, but today we're not really discussing whether or not we want to route to Excel Road or whatever. It's just, do we want to look at this? Is it worth looking at? And personally, I do. Now, we'd have to, again, have a discussion of where that money comes from all of our different coffers and how we split that up. But,
I agree, if the existing plan is 15 years old already.
2009.
2009.
So that's a lot of growth.
I mean, there's been tremendous growth in that 15-year period along that corridor already. I think it is time to take another look at it.
Did somebody say there's already kind of plan A, there's already something being studied there? I thought I heard somebody say.
We have the East Manhattan Gateway plan is ongoing, but we are looking at the transportation side of it through all the long range plan, which is taking in the land use from the East Manhattan Gateway plan. That'll go into us. We will run some models, future scenario models, and then give that back to the East Manhattan Gateway plan.
Gateway plan is just a development.
Not utilities. And what that
mean, also ties in.
I think it's an intersection, like setting the intersections.
Yeah.
Correct.
The gateway plan is
I know, I thought I heard that being discussed just a little bit ago.
The intersections are being discussed, or no, if I did, I misspoke. Basically, there's been. The old plan had recommended projects. Those, when they've gone out to design and bid, have maybe been updated or changed, but it had locations and recommendations on there. So Levy Drive was one that's, the double turn lane in Green Valley. Those were all in that plan.
And extending the one up through Riley County to the right corner, but I thought that, that corner isn't, I was thinking there are some other ones. The one at Sedalia Church is a horrible intersection, both sides, you can't see cross traffic. There's probably more bad intersection wrecks there than are. So there are a couple other, before you get to the side, some other places that need something.
There are numerous. I think this will look out to the future to see if there was any growth or change or what that would do. I mean, the study is, it's open to tailor to what we want it to be.
Of course, the biggest two problems on that thing are being solved. Hopefully, it's next year.
The construction should be ongoing.
With the
I think it's us bid very late this year or early 2025.
They keep pushing it back. They just, it was a year ago and then it's been, you're saying this fall, they're ready to get started.
Actually, construction will start. Yep.
That'll be a mess, but it's needed.
So what do you need from us?
I just wanted to present this today to have this conversation to say if we want to do this and we want to address this second crossing as well as updating. I wanted to gauge your support of it today, and so you can start to have discussions with your staff at your organizations to see if it's something you wanted to do. I just wanted to bring it up so we're all have an idea of what is possible, and then we can decide going forward if we want to do it.
Do you have a timeline you want?
Yeah, I was hoping so. I mean, really, if we want to do it in 2025, then it'll need to be a priority in your budgets, and you'll have to budget that local match, whatever that may be. So I think 175,000 is if it's at the top end. It could be half that, or if the city of Manhattan decides they don't want to, or Riley County doesn't want to, then we can go from there and figure out how much it'll cost based on what segments we do. So yeah, if you can think about, is this something you think is worth doing?
So even if we did all four, it could still end up being lower than 175 K.
Oh, I think realistically, KDOT's thinking it could come in under $1 million to do all four.
Okay,
So this is the high end. I wanted to throw out a number that was high,
sure.
so you don't have sticker shock later.
Yeah.
It could easily be this or less.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
What if we go back to our, since I'm not with anybody, another person, Judy can hear what, if they come back and say that there's one they do or don't want, will that be fed in by just one vote when we get to your meeting, or will that have
one?
Or this will be decided at the transportation meeting finally, or when does the final decision come from commissioner to you? Or does it come at a regional transportation meeting?
So are you saying like one, I'm just unclear, one connection they don't want studied?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear, you're saying they won't fund it if it studies that connection sort of idea? I think the idea is whoever gets the contract, but I think the idea is to evaluate, we would probably have a discussion with KDOT and probably with the committee of what we should look at in terms of options for that second crossing.
I'm not just talking about the one across the whole river to Zeendale that has
I
had no
can see that one being pulled.
I mean, I see that one being pulled. I can talk
I
about
can
all
see
three
that
of
one
the other
being
ones, but that one, if we can save a little money for both sides, it's not in demand, even with talking to a few people and showing us that some of them meet the candidate needs.
But I think Jared's asking our commissioner, are you good with section K, B, C, and D?
Well, that's what I don't know, but I'm just asking if we pull one, is that okay?
I think that southern one is,
that
We're open, that's what you just throw.
and again,
I think people in the study are gonna look at it
I think
overall.
they'll
and
not
see-
spend much time in
see
looking
what
at
that's not.
Well, I think that's what, I mean, you even said that, so,
Yeah,
and
but again, this was,
I
that
think
was
two
on
people
there.
who are in favor of it, one of them no longer on the city council. Just, hey, I'll go with the guys back home, whether or not that's make a decision, but I'm glad we're studying, don't get me wrong. I just know the pressure that we have on what we see over there is very direct, making sure we do the one that goes into Manhattan on the north, just make it broad.
Yeah, I think if you guys go back and you think about it, it's something you do support, you can make it work financially. And if you can budget for it 25, if it's a line item in the budget, that is enough for us to know that, okay, you support it going forward. And we can then move from there. And if you don't, we'll go from there as well. We do the project. I know. I know.
General fund probably. We could fund it how we needed.
Yeah. I know.
That's try to go first off. So it doesn't have to necessarily go in general. These activities studies, for example, that we can achieve out of that.
And again, it's your decision.
Jared, could you give us a synopsis of the 2003 and the 2009? Just a one pager on each one, because there were some numbers that I think everybody should be cognizant of.
I've never seen anything from those personally. Does anybody? I don't have anything on it. I've never seen anything.
But even if there's numbers from 2009, the last 3 years. Yeah. Unless you're trying to just figure out a percentage.
Like factor in inflation of them.
I realize things would be, but I don't remember how much that bridge cost, but it just stopped the conversation when we looked at it. So I think it's important that people understand we're talking.
But this study would also show a non-bridge option.
Yeah.
So it's gonna show a couple different.
That's exactly, it's gonna show bridge ABC, non-bridge ABC.
Yeah.
Pro con.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't.
I'm
have
not saying that
anything
inflation
2009.
hasn't happened, but I just think if that study must be around, we do these studies, no show.
Was it the city that did it?
It was city, county, Pot County, it was all of us.
I'm not aware of the city ever doing a study on that connection. The number I know is just stuff that people throw around, like they.
I think
It's a big number, there's no.
The study that a lot of people refer to is a cost estimate that I worked on and did. I thought it was newer than 2009, but.
Yeah, that's.
But it wasn't a study.
I was a commissioner, I was.
It was more than a napkin, but it was something that was asked of me to look at, and I, did voluntarily, because I'm just an awesome person like that, Jared can attest to, but, it was just, I think that time that, Leon was Slippery County, and I don't remember if Lou or Peter was at Pot County, and Brian and Rob, they're like, hey, people were asking about this connection, what would it cost? And so we spent a week or so or a few days and put together an idea and a cost, and gave that to everybody, and everybody's like you said, whoa, that's a big number. All right, well, we're not interested. And as I recall at that time, KDOT said it's not a KDOT route. We're not paying for it. And the city and county were like, wow, that's a lot of money. We're not really interested. And so they're like, Pot County, I guess you can build a bridge if you want. And that's kind of where it ended.
Okay.
And I think at that time, the conversations we had with the two counties and the city's engineering staff, and they, this is putting words in people's mouths, but I think they went back to their respective governing bodies and, the engineering staff's like, well, that's a lot of money, and the commission were like, wow, that's a lot of money. We maybe won't see the benefit of that. I don't know. But that's where it kind of.
That's one piece of the whole study.
Right, yeah.
It's the contentious piece of the study.
Yeah, but this study would, at a bare bones minimum, would be a minimum of 2 bridge options and a non-bridge option. Now, there could be more, there'd probably be a design charrette or something. We would get ideas from the commissioners or whoever and say, hey, we think, we should look at another option, whether it be bridge or non-bridge option, but at a bare minimum, it would be 2 bridges and a non-bridge option that would look at costs and at like Chad said, one piece of this whole, whatever, 20-mile stretch or whatever it is. I don't know how long it is, but yeah.
It's longer.
Could you explain what a non-bridge option would look like?
Paving.
Barney's
Road. Yeah, Blue River Road. Yeah, utilizing that existing bridge that's, I think, in Riley County, or wherever it's at. And then taking it.
Also going all the way up to, Rocky Ford.
Yeah, just south of,
Just soon as you cross over.
Rocky Ford Tavern or the little grill, there's a gravel road that takes off and goes toward the State Fishing Lake, I think.
By the schoolhouse there.
Yeah, curves around.
No, I just wanted to.
Yeah, it gets from Riley County, Pot County, utilizing that bridge on Barnes or.
No, I.
Oh,
road.
yeah, sure. Yeah.
To verify what we all talked about.
Yeah.
But like he's saying though, that KDOT's not, they're not gonna make a state highway.
No,
So it's.
they're in the business of,
I don't,
well, they would like to get rid of a few.
I know, right.
Yeah.
But.
And I think their attitudes change and, like I know at one time we looked at, hey, if you do that, and keeps us from having to widen 24 or redo bridges on 24, then there may be some money available, but that's probably not, the option, even doing that, you're still gonna have to make improvements to 24. So.
That, exactly, that was, no matter what happens, 24 has improvements that it needs.
Yeah.
It's fine.
But I do think if this part of the corridor study, it would, maybe eligible for some corridor funding that wasn't eligible previously. Now, again, you'd be competing with that piece of a corridor study with some other corridor study in Kansas City, Wichita, wherever.
Yeah.
So it's always a competitive process, but at least it would be eligible for improvements, whether it be a non-bridge option or a bridge option up there, it would at least get you that pool of funding. So.
Speaking just for myself, I think it would be a good idea to go ahead with this.
Yeah.
Will this just come back to us on the commission then for the actual decision?
Yeah.
In the budget.
We can bring it.
And the budget ideas.
We can work it into the budget.
Okay.
And you all can vote to approve it.
Same for out of county, discuss it, if you want to join in, and then great.
You gotta have some more accurate, drawing.
Oh, yes, but what, yeah,
Of
I could
the glory.
definitely add do a little better map than that. It's supposed to be easy to read on this.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
That's one thing on the agenda. As we do,
It's good to see you.
Sorry, how's it going? Good, you? Good.
Sorry, what I asked about is I think the large amount of